And there we go. Hello, YouTube. Got another stream for you today. We're carrying on with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I feel like this stream is going to be a little bit critical to how the rest of the streams are going to play out because Yakuza Kiwami 3 comes out next Thursday, and I do want to play that. But we are still in the midst of this. We're on case 4 of 6, even though the 6th case is like a DLC case. So technically we're on like the second to last case, and we're near the end of case 4, I think. And I don't know how long case 5 is, so here's the thing. It really depends on how far we get into like case 5 in the stream, because I'm sure we'll get to case 5. But it depends on how far we get to, how far we got left. If we have quite a lot of case 5 left, then the plan will probably be to finish up case 5 next Tuesday, and then we'll save the bonus case for after Kiwami 3. But if we get quite far into case 5, in which case is like probably like an hour left of case 5, then we might be able to squeeze out case the extra like case before Kiwami 3 comes out. So yeah, it really depends on how long this goes, chat. So let's do it. Let's get on with it. Episode 4, case 4. It's the same shit. It's the same nonsense. We're playing as Phoenix because Apollo's decided to bugger off. At least Athena's still with us, but you know. Nearly Christmas, man! Come on! December 20th, 10:15 AM, District Court, courtroom number 5. Rambo number 5, chat. Hey, all rise, by the way. Oh, where's the judge? Oh. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
He's scared of the bomb. Your Honor? Could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions, so you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I'll take that as a yes. I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colourful prosecutors. Definitely. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Yeah, what is it? We've had frickin' Edgeworth, 2 Von Karmas, Godot, fucking Clavier Gavin, and also the 2 Pains as well. Or 3 Pains even, it might be 3. Let's see, in the previous part of this trial we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defender, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the 2nd floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The 2 astronauts used Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. And Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first 2 people on the scene are suspect. Well, one of them's dead. There were 2 people who claimed to be the first on the scene. Can we truly trust their statements? Well, we can't trust Candace Arms now because she's dead. So we only got 1 to go on. Let's see. Hydrate already? My. There you go. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, the Grow Redeem as well as the Head Pat and Yeet Redeems are back. Warudo fixed the issues, so you should better redeem them again. Let's see, the 2 people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that's one of them? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, a courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That cursed fellow! He killed my witness! He killed Detective Arm! And he definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
Oh, he has his shackles back on. To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man or a stupid one. What about a bold, stupid man? It could be both. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
Dude, he's... We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy! In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. He saw a third person! I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. She literally Aura farms everywhere because her name is Aura. No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly, therefore there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well! Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Look at this fucking guy. He's still in a scooter. Well, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have! Of course you have, for I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Again, that pose is very sus. And you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched a Hat 1, and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. But could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Ha ha ha! I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. And allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. Yeah, it's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. I like that he's still got the scooter. What I saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Now, Precosta. I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs! Ha 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 ha! Well, what do you know? Sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Yo! I earned rewards points. Let's go. Can't believe it's Friday already. Friday the 6th. Guys, it's the superb hour on Sunday. Or is it Saturday? Sunday or Saturday? It doesn't really matter to me, but whatever. Hold it! Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Do you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time, but other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder. Objection! When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct? Great Space Center Director. Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd. Objection! The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness. Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? Trash chute. The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. Well, that's true. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way. Objection! All things are possible, right, Donald? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. And as long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. Isn't that just a plot of Moonfall? But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? I never watched Moonfall. I heard it's a really silly movie though. He's calling it a inferior work of fiction, boss. And he's right, I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. Were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I wasn't able to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then... he fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's action sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Yeah, there is a piece of evidence we can present for that. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure, but there was only 1 bullet hole, right? Objection! Objection! Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? Fucking story of the series. You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book. Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun. But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a 38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun, but then we had a 10 caliber gun. What? Okay, but what about the other bullet? We had a 10 caliber bullet, right? Rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Yeah, we had the smaller bullet. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on the bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fires 2 shots. A beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. But there's still a contradiction, man! That bullet hole was from a 38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. But there's still a contradiction. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, it doesn't. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a 38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's 38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly! One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Gunk. If that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with a gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. The judge said, well, what's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Ha ha ha. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Just foolish old geezer. The Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You know what I forgot to do again? Fucking go live blue sky thing. I wish it was automatic. I keep forgetting. Chat, I keep fucking forgetting. Give me a second. Oh, fuck off. Oh, yeah. I wanted to highlight something and you got rid of it. There we go, chat. Finally fixed it. Alright, we're on. You won't receive special treatment here now. Please give accurate testimony. What I really saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. And why did it end up in the gutter? Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired that gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily, it's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and the Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Objection! Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, it is you who is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. His head's alarm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person. But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police, nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them. Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute. But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon. So many objections! It's up to you to prove that possibility, and I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. Ag! I did forget all about that. Look, your boldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? Hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realise it, your boldness. Wright the Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Eek!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Humph. The boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! Glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, thereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Gyaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. Well, I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yeah. What I really saw at the scene. I swear these fucking statements are getting shorter and shorter. Oy, oy. Only 3 statements. Only 3 lines. Well, I guess it's 6 lines, but still. Yeah, it does kind of not make sense because the bullet was discovered on the other side of the room, right? Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. Great man like me, tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have travelled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh! This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Yeah! Dude became a Beyblade. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
My man became a Beyblade. Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his medal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
Yeah, but the bullet would have to travel very far. But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you could explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? Gag! What are you getting at? Use your own brain! Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. That makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favourable for the prosecution. I've got a bad feeling about this. It discounts his escape theory. How about it, Director, if you don't tell the truth this time? Oh, shackles broke. Yikes! It's handcuffs! You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You're correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. Now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door. Meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition, the corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. Ack! In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Yeah, but how would a Starbuck escape? My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Yeah, but Starbuck wouldn't have been able to escape that way either. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. Yeah, but Starbuck couldn't have escaped through the control room. It would have meant that it could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? Looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No! It's over. Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. The perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together, but what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person! The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict. Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. I've seen this so many times. There is still one possibility. Oh, this better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene, and that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person who arrived came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Yeah, it would have been Director, wouldn't it? He's the only one who can get into the control room. What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The Director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos! Yeah, Beyblade. What? What? He's right, though. Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm, and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that, and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. Gag! I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side! Oh, Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. What is going on? Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit! I've been hit on the port side! The enemy has called in reinforcements! Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
I do have evidence, in fact. You could say that your battleship bears its scar. Nurk! A Director Cosmos is the third person or a Black Corsair. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. He was the mystery person. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you receive from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Ugh! Brace for the further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor of the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' medal. If we have that ricochet mark on the medal analysed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we'd be looking for. Ah, the bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands aboard the ship! If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you got it all wrong! What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. You need to confess the truth so hard, you need 2 vs. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Gag. But the cosmos revolves around me. Someone get me off this thing. Oh, that's so cool. This is why I like the transition to 3D stuff, just so we can see stuff like this. It's so funny. My man's become a Beyblade. Order in the court, and will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Phew, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the medal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Nag! Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No! You got it all wrong! This is just a misunderstanding! You're gonna start piling on more lies. It looks like it. No matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh, fucking hell, really? Already? Jesus. Well, that means the next part is fucking long as fuck. What Cosmos actually saw. I mean, Cosmos can see a lot of things. He's a big green unicorn. Oh, wait a minute. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They're claiming that you were this third person. Ugh! Forgive me! I'm so sorry. But the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Can I send you off quickly? Or very quickly? Ah! You're spinning again. The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. I then went past the elevators all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then... Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am! When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness. Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you! No, it wasn't me! I saw the person as well! If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. Well, it makes some sense if you told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. The Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 AM, correct? Yes, and? Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you like. They'll corroborate me. Director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirmed that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 AM? And that you arrived at the lounge after that? Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi. We can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. More testimony. What I really witnessed. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and, well, the launch pad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. You were shot by the killer as well, and then they disappeared? Yes, so luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know, because I heard a ping! That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, I thought the bullet hit his metal. And that was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Oh, right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but it doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate, but what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from the scene that had no escape route. Vanished without trace. Truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
Silence! Humph. A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know. How a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Red Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Donald? I can't find any holes in his testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. This should be fun. Moon Matrix again. Try down to the lounge. Oh my. I love the shocked face on the bomb, right? But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. Wouldn't he be surprised at that, though?
Got it!
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did! That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Ugh. I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door... I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. He went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? Or if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arndt came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet, the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. You're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Ugh. It's working, boss. One more punch and it will be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him! Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Bong. I was near the elevator side door. And well, the launch pad 1 door. Why is he sad at freaking the launch pad door? The control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Yeah, why is he sad for that one?
Got it!
Got it! Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. Most certainly not. Red Cosmos! There's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Ugh. Gag! Wow, he's speechless. It looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto Chango, less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now that makes sense of what we learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these two pieces together, one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! A master tactician, you're not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we could just figure out what the director is hiding about the launch pad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. Grunk. But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock. Do you? I know. That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Starbuck was unconscious. The killer dragged the body to the fingerprint thing to open the door. But he could have easily got past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
But that's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Ag! It looks like he does have something to hide about the launch pad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Sadly not. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I mean, it's nice, but sadly it doesn't work in this instance. And I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your boldness. I beg your pardon. Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point, it cuts out. Oh my, this footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa boldness. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? Greg, if I must. Alright, I had to avoid getting shot after the killer vanished. I went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arb appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me! Okay.
Got it!
Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Well, it is kind of natural. Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arm came. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Gag! The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found by them being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk. Gag! Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nearly. Oh, so I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we could spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that! There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous! If you really do have an answer, you'd have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. It's the knob. It's horizontal. The answer to this is this knob. Ah, that's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Ag! Oh, it's a manual override. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos! Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Ag, fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. A knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Pongo tell us something about how they prepare for launch? He said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. And I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so the killer escaped to the launch pad 1 corridor? Maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos! I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine. But listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. Or maybe you are, maybe you aren't. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock, but why were you happy about that, man? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy as if you were very pleased with yourself. How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? It's the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I had to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro. I'm guessing. but you had no proof that I had a hidden agenda. Even if I did, I would never ever tell you. So there! I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
I mean, you haven't showed a lot of those. You? A man of integrity? Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar in honor. Liar! Oh, his words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. I can't talk! Fucking hell. How naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on scene. What? Liar! That means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth for this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ag! You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, or are you not man enough to, boy? Ag! Talk about hitting below the belt. Young'uns these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge, but the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ugh! Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. Why would the director turn the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blabbering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Go! You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was that what I really said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape, a fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Oh, right. So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Ag. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. Our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in different, direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute, maybe. Just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way round from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with the Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum? In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning, the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched to each other. You can't mean. The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum! What? Boulder Dash! Oh, I love the use of Boulder Dash. And yet it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right, and with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from Boarding Lounge 2, and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 2... Welcome, welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 AM to 7 PM. Exactly, anyone can pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Gag! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the Boarding Lounge 1 and waited there concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Oh. Ooh. Now that was fucking wild. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Nag! Right, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword Master Bluff? I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prostitute.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you had no proof I switched the launch pads! Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. Oh, I see it. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched to each other, so the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is the image of Launchpad 1 corridor. You see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Oh, I'm gonna need to be precise for this, ain't I? Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff? Oh, don't worry, it's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? I'm going to need to be precise with this, but I can see it. Right there. Oh, that looks stick. Hopefully I get this right.
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? It's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Gag! Ag! And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum, and now that we know the two astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. It's incredible! The two launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Ugh. Ugh. We did it! Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. Gag. My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Galactic engine, ignition. What? It's gone haywire. Oh my god. It won't stop. What the fuck is going on? My stars, my glory, gag. Gag. What is happening? No, not that way. What is fucking... Okay. But bailiff, on your steed and after that witness. Ay, ay, ay. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Red Cosmos, do you admit you switched to launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum. They had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? That's my second question. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Ugh, please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Ugh. Ugh. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge or rank, nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. I think the rocket wasn't ready. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? Please sigh. I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it for at the Space Center. Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again? I think the rocket was doomed from the start, right? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
Oh, boy. I think the problem is we haven't really proven anything, have we? Humph. You're not going to space, Starbuck. A prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. Ah, he's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Ah, where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. Ah! If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck! Prepare yourself. Oh, okay. now, you know violence isn't the answer, Professor Blackquill. It's Detective again. Ugh, that annoyingly cheerful laugh. It could be none other than, yes, a detective. Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice, we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was there a fight between cats or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope. But it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Oh boy. Thanks you too, I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think you were serious though. What is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed! Have a look at this! What's this? A lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Gag! Oh boy. What a Deus Ex Machina at the end, though. Order, order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet, Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Oh boy. Whose fingerprints is it? Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred, and finally the killer left through Boarding Lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in Boarding Lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there. Ah, but the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Did he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackquill, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Ugh! Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. Gag! This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No! There must be some mistake! Frankly, Prosecutor Blackquill, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty! But the thing is, who is the fingerprints? Well, we did it. We didn't find the real killer. But hey, we did our job. Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Oh, looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? Oh, with some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please, thank Apollo for me too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbucks' verdict right now. Yeah, me too. But that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned. But, okay, so the case is over, but we still have some unanswered questions. Oh boy. It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, why are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright! What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and well... I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks's, so... You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong... What? To Athena Sykes? What the fuck? Man. Well then, well, shit. Athena, how could you? Oh no. Maybe it's planted. Maybe they're planted fingerprints, but fuck. Well, that's just fucking great. So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Order, I say, order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer, so finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it lead to this? Ah! What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? Like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Well, shit. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. A dark age of the law, innit? Fabricated evidence and shit. Well, I guess that case is over. I guess case 5 carries on with this. Interesting that this is 2 different cases. I guess it makes sense though, because I guess we've got to defend the fucking Athena at this point. Oh, this is crazy. Turnabout for tomorrow, chat. Episode 5! We're here. Let's do it. Turnabout for tomorrow. Don't know how long this case is. Who knows? No one can escape their past. What is this? The sins we committed, and the sadness we caused. Oh shit. No matter how far we run, our past remains as ever present as the moon in the sky. It's all gonna come together, isn't it? Yeah, that's not the moon. Well, I guess it is. Maybe. Well, shit, chap. Everything's gone down. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. I can't believe it's all gone down like this, chap. Athena, why? Is it only just Phoenix at this point? December 20th, 1:23 PM, Wright Anything Agency. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Man, we've lost Apollo and Athena! Goddamn, Phoenix! After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. And boss I turned out to be. Hey Trucy. Even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. Just don't get it, Daddy. All your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But now, Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. She was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking, she'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will! And thanks, Trucy, I needed that push. Trucy's right, the trial is tomorrow, there's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then! We're on a hunt for evidence that will prove Athena's innocence. Great! But before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So, Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. First off, what to do? I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks? I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault, I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realise Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. Any ideas? How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. Conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we had to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we had to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with the fuzz on our tails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? Probably is. Alright, I'm guessing we're going to the frickin' Space Center, aren't we? December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. The entrance. Hey man. Right, Cosmos, do you have a minute? Erk. Galactic Scooter! Full speed ahead. Guess not. The Rector! Oh, he scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Well, I guess we're going to the boarding lounge. Fucking 2 episodes of the same case, pretty much. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, boarding lounge. We were here already yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought I'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I could just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. Gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. Held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in the prison instead. I don't mind. I can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted. Just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. About the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched for the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. But there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. I love his size. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. The murderer! Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really, I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down in that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck? I can't really tell. It wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. Door? Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Miss Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, let me have my print scan here. Switching the launch pads. Did the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. They sure are! It doesn't help that our freaking people in power are complete dipshits. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. So, this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. When you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out the Space Museum corridor to Boarding Lounge 2. Interesting. What the hell are these? Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. Also, it's nice that Trucy's like accompanying us, because she's kind of like taking a sideline in this game, but it's quite nice that she's actually like helping us in this one. It's nice to have like sort of father and daughter, because like obviously Phoenix isn't her biological father, but you know, it is basically father and daughter in a way. She's right, it's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know, if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. I didn't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. So I guess we're done talking. I guess seeing where we're going. Back to the entrance. Yeah, we've already done this. We did this like not even an hour ago. Well, not even 30 minutes ago. Maybe not even 15 minutes ago. Oh, he's back. Ugh, curse the wretch who's sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Direct to Cosmos, wait. Oh, I know this, Daddy. Take that! God, the mobility system has been compromised. Did you just stab him? Lucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues! Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. It's good thing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up! Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Switching the launch pads. Red to Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Red Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Ugh, please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Ugh. Ugh. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, and I've been taken prisoner. Oh, he's got Cyclops. I wish we had more Cyclops stuff, but hey, no secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
Like that. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Find the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. I refuse! You can't make me! I can hold out longer than anyone. Hope I never get like this when I'm old. And let's see, where to start? This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. Pull the bomber, friend, save the astronauts. You're talking about saving the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. Oh, did he know about the bombing? He had to, right? My astronauts were ready to go out on authentic... Is this like some sort of like insurance claim? Please tell me it's some sort of insurance claim to get money. My astronauts were ready to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but... Without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. It had to be the other one.
Take that!
You must have got Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, when Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Ah, someone please help this poor prisoner of war. How is he able to spin around like that? Because one of the tires is shot, so he can only do donuts. I don't know. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It couldn't even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? But because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh, I didn't realise channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see? AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while." That was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Oh, the previous one. Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by a current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plots, so when the caller called "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Ah, didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage? Murder? So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Had to be him, right?
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought they committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. Ugh. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Okay, it wasn't an insurance plot. Damn it. I thought I was on something, chat. Turns out, I was incorrect. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched to launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One Miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch to launch pads. Oh, black and white. We'll have to start with a story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? Do you mean the so-called Hat One Miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered! Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days, all personal effects were examined thoroughly coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, A spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets to go? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. It was an inside job! The explosion was an inside job! Holy shit! It's almost like that other explosion that happened several years ago.
Stranger!
Thanks for following, partner in time. Thank you, thank you. For legal reasons, that was a joke, chat. But what wasn't a joke was, thank you for following me. Thank you, thank you. The Spy! Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Don't try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. Same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Oh shit. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. I wonder that's why Blackwell is just so agitated. He's chasing someone from 7 years ago. He's trying to chase that real killer, I guess. Which means he didn't kill anybody. Blackwell was framed. Okay, I gotcha. I would assume that. But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Oh gee, a cover-up by the government? Shocker! Chat, I've never heard of the government covering up something. I can't believe it. You'd think they'd never cover up stuff, especially stuff that recently came to light that was so, like, important, but they're trying to cover it up. I know, they would never do that. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made make the police rush their investigation. They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage? That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists! We must proceed for our country's honour. It's quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe we were easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged a moving rescue scene. We had good intentions, that's nice. First, I snuck into the centre the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from Boarding Lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a close for repairs sign at the door to Launch Pad 1 in Boarding Lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran, but you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Heron is dead, and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home! The center of the cosmos! My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for! Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? But wasn't it next to him? I thought that the Hope's capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. What kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launch Pad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, he can make it look like he rescued it during the stage of miraculous escape. But my precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. Oh, it was the other one. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. Oh. Oh, it's the courtroom bombing. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? Police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system, a wire on that phone. Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just a few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. Oh, moo-woo. Ooh-woo. Look at his face and his pointing his fingers. Ooh-woo. Prosecutor Blackwell told me once, the hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. So if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. About him, well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha! It's all over for me! Spin, spin! Whoa, whoa, I'm done for! The center of the cosmos is doomed! You think he's gonna be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. It's still spinning. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. Alright. It's like itchy spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Still going. Oh, why can't there be an achievement for just letting him spin for like 5 minutes? That'd be so funny. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, right round. Look at him go. This is mesmerizing. I'm actually mesmerized. I don't want to move to the frickin' Space Museum because this is just mesmerizing. It's actually kind of hypnotic in a way. Alright. Space Museum. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, the Space Museum. Let's see, where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbug, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I was about to sing that. Hell yeah. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. The same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Oh, not a replica, huh? I wonder where there's Mr. Starbucks. That's nice. Hello? 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 Oh, it's you again. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Fina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Fina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What, you didn't know? You used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Fina and the Space Center. Fina's mum worked here. I actually meant to look instead of follow, but turns out your YouTube channel is quite interesting. What's your history of the mystery adventure visual novel games you played so far? I don't know. I don't really play a lot of visual novel games on stream. Well, I played a few. I played, obviously, the Ace Attorney games. I played Danganronpa. Are there any other ones? I want to do Steins Gate at some point, so I got the Steam version. I definitely want to do Steins Gate at some point. And then maybe some other ones, but... Obviously, I still got to play the Investigations games, the ones with Edgeworth, and then I've got to play the Ace Attorney Chronicles. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles at some point, which is not on Xbox, I had to do it on Steam. But yeah, we'll probably play a bunch of visual novel games in the future at some point. A lot more. I do want to do Clannad. I gotta get the Steam version, because that has the English translation. Same with Steins Gate. I have the 360 version of both of those, but they're only in Japanese. Fina's mum worked here. Oh, was that Fina's mum on the right then on that photo? If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Fina lived here too. It was far from Fina's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. The place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Oh, was her mother the one that got killed? Sad memory. Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Fina's mum in the robotics lab. She was murdered. What? So she was murdered by Black Quill. Well, we thought she was murdered by Black Quill, but I guess Black Quill was framed by the real killer. That's gonna be fun. After it happened, Fina stopped coming to school. Poor Fina. And all this time, never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But she went over to Europe, didn't she? Because she wanted to be a lawyer. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time we'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. Young Athena. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. Never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Oh, like sensory overload and shit. Yeah, I get that sometimes as well as sensory overload. Sometimes there's a lot of shit happening at once, and I just have to be like, I need to go away and just calm down. Dude, fucking sensory overload is fucking It's wild. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. Said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Fina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. Brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show her that picture. How'd it go? Good idea. Oh, why did it say move? That one. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Was Athena's mum the one on the right? Oh look, there's Athena's mum. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. Yep, that's Dr. Metis Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered! This is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of? Is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. Detention center first, then. We had to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Oh, we're going straight there, are we? December 20th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Oh, hello. Hey, man. Hello, visitor, Mr. Lawyer. Fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tenate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. What he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha! I gave you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Hey man. Long time no see. You, what have you done to come here? Whatever you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine then, just answer me this, Mr. Tenate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was, but that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops. I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away, but I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analysing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. Interesting. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they laid it all out piece by piece. I'll take the RAM! It's worth a lot! I don't even know there's RAM in the bomb. Probably got blown up. But every little bit matters, especially in this current climate. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Only fancy bomb added to the court record. So that gets fucking... That's connected to this fucking case as well! Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. Oh, he's gone. I'm afraid I have to be off now too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. And off he went. Oh, bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. Okay. Alright, chat, I'm gonna need to go make my lunch, so I'll do that, and we'll be back in a moment. Alright. I need to go to the robotics lab. Ooh. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. So this is the Robotics Lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the building lab. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Hey, look over there! Ooh. Oh, it's Apollo! They plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Nora Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Tracy and Mr. Wright. It's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. I respect his wishes, we just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Ha ha ha. Ah, Daddy, say something to her. I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess you talk about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. Emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you, or should I say, former subordinate? Ha ha ha! I am indeed a goober. Some might say a goofy goober. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Ew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk junk. Oh, Conco. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Will I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Or it's probably the coat. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. I want to hunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish! That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. "7 years ago? Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago?" Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? I do enjoy trampling. Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Apollo knows about that case too? Now if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, Hunker Junk. You tell the story. Miss Aura, that's private information. Tisk. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Oh boy. Poor robot. Gag! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me! ChatGPT, I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger though. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonker. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Method Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not rational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. 2 navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Gag! Metis. Huh? Just glance over at her desk. Oh. Nobody can continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the 2 navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots is all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone! I get a feeling Dr. Sykes loved their robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Ha 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 ha! What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. Guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, Hunker Junk. Clonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis Wright runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is? Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was wanting to introduce Simon to Metis, you know? He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. He was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-slash-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit combined the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. Was it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you could just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant! We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now! Clonko, show them out! Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push! My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ag. Well, that was fun. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, the entrance. Again. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? Hey, Plasma. Hello. I guess that's just how she is. Why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna go keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. Oh, she's gone. What do I do now? Dr. Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. I guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Oh. Oh, I was just praising about how frickin' Trucy was with us the whole time, and now we're alone again. Great. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. He's sleeping? When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Ooh, an envelope. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's Lena doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting! Oh, is it Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course for you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Oh, man. I miss Maya. I miss Maya. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. I missed you! Maya was my assistant for quite a while, believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya is the one who gave it to me. So I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Ah! Oh! Hey man! Hey Poe! What the hell are you doing here? She's so much older! I guess it's been like 8 years. I guess it makes sense. Holy shit. I missed you too, pal. I missed you too. Oh, it's you, pals. Oh, the music. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I'll call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena already met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologise for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. Even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that! I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Alright, what are you doing? Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two. Starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. Now, I need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. The trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at a detention center. What to do? Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya? Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office, I'd like to say hello, but she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days. I'm a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan. She undergoes rigorous training. But she said she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet. I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then. Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person will have to climb a steep mountain. I hope she tips him well then. Any ideas? Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court. You make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated. Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says, anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane. Ay. Well, glorified cameo there from fucking, Poe. That was a glorified cameo, holy shit. Oh my word. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time, you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair grey. Hey, Blackwell, I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Let's go, Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it! If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. Looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono. This is blade-proof glass, right? 7 years ago. Oscar Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain! Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard! The guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If we would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life! Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you! And he's gone. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? The trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. The prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if your Red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Even though we got it in the freaking court record anyway. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo at the moment of the crime. Oh my. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. Katana added to the court record. Who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story in the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. I wonder if it was you by any chance. Kidding. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. Oh, he's on death row already. Oh, fuck. So, he was given the death sentence? Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? And it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell will be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable! We have to do something right now! I want to do something, I want to, but... You're a lawyer, you know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? Saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative, not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? And he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. All right here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer! The robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against humans! Oh shit, Skynet's happening. They've holed themselves up in the space center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy! We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Oh shit. Oh, it must be Aura. Aura must be doing it. Riot police are here, and the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it will do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognise that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people. What's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Pearl. Time for Phoenix that will perform all the tricks he learned in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Hell yeah, I want to see that. Why did Pearl come over here? Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Oh, thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. What seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Error. Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Gag! Nope. Well, it looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Clonko? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's Aura. Ha ha ha! Human beings are our enemies! It's time for the machines to take over! Ah! The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! Eek! It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world! Ha 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 ha! Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? It is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you! Hostage number 1, come here! I'll let you talk to them. Huh? Something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum! Oh, Trucy. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Ah, this girl talks too much. Trucy! Trucy, talk to me! Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. You don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait! Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now, I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker could be. If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunker Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunker Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Let's go to Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. You are one incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just, what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it! Yeah, let me go kill someone real quick. Retry call. I propose to retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody would deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we can find out the truth. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha! That's good. Real good. Hey detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible! Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait! If we're going to have a retrial, we need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. The Hunker Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now, follow Hunker Junk. Right, police! Make way, we're coming through! Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Oh, shit. I wonder who the prosecutor's gonna be. Ain't gonna be Blackwood, because he's the one being tried, right? Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? Ack! It's the hostage taker! I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Who is it? Wait. I know this room. Oh, he's back! My husband's back! He's so back. Edgeworth, I missed you! I missed you!
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Oh, he's got glasses. Hey, man. I missed you. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? I missed you. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's Chief Prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? Oh, he got promoted! Hell yeah, dude. My man, a title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? We sure do. Hey look, I got my badge back. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all that I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. Now you can stand in court once again. You can mow them down just like you used to. Way to put pressure on a guy. Since when did I get such a brutal reputation? Alright, let's talk. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captain chose me as the prosecutor for the oral one. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Got one case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh my. What's that strapped to her chest? What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room I see. Is that an electric chair? 7-year-old photos added to the court record. I also have the autopsy report for you. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, the guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. Security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Did Prosecutor Blackwell have motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. That means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know, the part about the spy, right? Right! How on earth did you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged a rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you could prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together! Hell yeah, dude. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? There isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fatal day. The 3 people came to collect this capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Hey, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made, shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Yeah, he is! What the fuck is this? This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I am the law! I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron. GTO2. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time, and the murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. It was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes. And you can see the stolen moon rock there too. A strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. Like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So, the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one! I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us! I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Oh, come on, man. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. Metis. Huh? Glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Onko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes' mother, but Aura Blackquill Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe... what the hell? Catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Same. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And for long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. It tends to do that. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Honko and Clonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Presence, heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing! Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Okay. Robots with a heart. Alright, this should be interesting. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pose! Don't touch the... oopsie. Hey, it's moving! It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Anything else here? Oh, emergency ladder. Emergency ladder? This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building. She saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. More evidence! Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back. Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. And hey, no need to apologise, it's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after are now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. That was the opening cutscene chat. I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. The Dark Age of the Law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and the year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Black Quills. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long the legal world itself was sucked into it. Well, shit. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage takers something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I talk to Athena. She's already given her consent. I will accompany you to the detention center. I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Just like the old times. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'd be good to face you in court again. Hell yeah, just like old times, chat. It's been a while. A good old-fashioned Wright versus Edgeworth frickin' courtroom battle. It was right by my side in here a few short hours ago. But I felt like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Heh, heh. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. Told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So, you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but... Oh, I'd be booped! But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? Well, that's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage at the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum from the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Her jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Oh, okay. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of this somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Your mother's work. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. But she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologise. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones? You always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me were a widget. And this earring. Ooh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. That's going to be useful, probably. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. This one, by any chance? Oh, the Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the centre in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mum just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mum did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little, and this person is even taking hostages? I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! That means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just had to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mum a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He's very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! Oh boy. He didn't kill her! His heart is just screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Buzz is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I think I understand. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. You must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh my, it's all coming together. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? Oh no, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him! Failure is not an option here. Oh, Helly. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency! Well, there is one courtroom. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. Oh, hell yeah. My phone! It's from Trucy! I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us! No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. There must have really been something, although weird is part of the course to you. We're going to use that courtroom, aren't we? Courtroom? Blew up! That's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Hold it! Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. Oh shit. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. Well, shit. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! That's a lot of Cyclops. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black Cyclops. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Oh shit. Yeah, it's all going pear-shaped again. Man. What a freaking game. Alright, chap. I guess we'll go in the trial. Here we go again. 3:11 PM. December 20th. All this just before Christmas, damn it. I did a little research. I looked into those special Cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red Cyclops protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. The person folds on the question, the lock breaks, and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out, Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black Cyclops protects a secret from the deepest place of a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there? Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops. According to my research... Oh boy, I can't wait to say that nothing possible. A black Cyclops is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Ugh. Elves, can you stay by Athena's side? You must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there? And I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I could relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who could do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind's at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Oh boy. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls are collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Oh, the robot's on the stand. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial, it's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth! Did you not hear what I just said to his honour? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Oh, brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the court of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
Hell yeah.
If the two of you are ready.
Oh, the sun.
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Oh, it's just like the old times, chat. I love it. There's immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. My duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. But it's simply a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor, bitch, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. Though he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Miss Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Oh. Hey. Bobby Fulbright's the name, in justice we trust. What are you doing here? Oh, big. Large. Socks. They're comfy. I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't even stop her from constantly chiming in from Clonco. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best, I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Fun times. Aura Blackwell's theory. A game theory? Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case you mentioned, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for travelling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. And I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. Very convincing, that's for sure. Lovely. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions for a speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ag! Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Alrighty. Aura Blackwell's theory, the game theory chat. Murder. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
That's just speculation! Ooh, objection. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Oh boy. Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Oh, there's so many objections, chat. I love it. You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Ha 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 ha. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Man, so many objections, chat. This is definitely like the old times. I love it.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw such a thing only the other day at your own daughter's magic show? You fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. Oh, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Death Slam! But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell hid in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
Objection! There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Do I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Oh, absolutely. It's what you're best at. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Wouldn't it be this thing?
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the car in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do be right, I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm going to start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor? About this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor? It is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Oh, Athena mentioned that though, didn't she? I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. The photo, right?
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm of the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edruff, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwood. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. And they got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwood make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwood had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? I like the music. It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion on as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Ugh. Ag. My head, my body. Where am I? Ag. Dude, imagine to land exactly on there. That's impressive. Order in the court! It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Okay. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gone at least one step closer. Improving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh, he's doing the head tap. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I could see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? Never good when he plays things like this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time! In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something, or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed! Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene, and that concludes the prosecution's argument. Nag! Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Of course. Of course, why not question the robot? I mean, what we had before, we questioned a radio, we've questioned a parrot. You know what? This tracks. A robot witness? Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. I just said that. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I'll allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Hey Ponko. Why do you have, like, robot nipples? I just realised that. Why do you have robo nipples? Aye. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness, my name is Ponko. Yes, I realise that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 PM in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony isn't necessary to this case after all. Now, this is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable! The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today? Robo testimony! Yay! What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 PM for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mummy Metis. And then Mummy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. Tell that to yourself. They don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Oh dear. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Yeah, we'll find something. We'll always find something. We always do in cross-examinations, that's the point. I still can't get over the fact that Ponko has road nipples. I didn't even see them before. That's crazy.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mummy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found at the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. All the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of stabbing. Ugh. After Mummy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. Workbench, huh? Pongo must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. There's something critical in Pongo's statement just now. There is something. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to our testimony. Very well. Pongo, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mummy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Objection!
Objection! Pongo, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. That was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. That's me IRL. That's me IRL whenever I help. I was helpful. Yay! I did something good. I feel you, Ponko. That's totally me. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. In 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favourite colour. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko! Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. A paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Ponko here can't testify what it moved. My name is Ponko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko! On the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ag! Ponko, did you really move Miss Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. Yet the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
The Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means...
Objection!
Her face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Ugh. Right. Summarised, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! So if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation? Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Oh, because he'll say that Athena thought she could be repaired on the table. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, and to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mum just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mum did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honour, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true! Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth. He was just a little kid. How could he say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any! I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming Chief Prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. Terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough. But no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Oh shit. Please tell me it's fucking... Yep. But Prosecutor Blackquill! This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill. What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? 7 years! For 7 long years, this case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. The boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill, please go ahead. "7 years ago. I went to the Cosworth Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was." He's really trying to defend Athena. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. What the hell did I do? Ah, shit. Yeah, give me a second. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, there we go. She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and child falling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? Humph. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realise we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close today?
Objection!
There's so many objections. You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Ugh! Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Oh boy. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Hold it. Why is she here? Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. It really is. I can sure use Athena's help here. The power might be just a thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
What the fuck? I'm you on these past 7 years. They've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? You remember the 21st night of September? That horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. Wow. That's some PTSD right there. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. A chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave confronting her past like this. It might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. God, this fucking figure's been crazy. This whole game's been crazy. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. There's something of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple! When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. When I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Oh. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Lyman knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Do you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss! This is wild. He was angry! And then he was happy. Why is he still happy? But why is he sad now? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. Ah, he can't be talking about that, can he? No, it's just a convenient subject for a research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see? Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. Noise level actually increased. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Emotional damage. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Ooh. Ooh. Why is he shocked now?
Got it!
How odd! Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Tusk! Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was... Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. But Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. Humph. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. It's at 100% now? What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. And it's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Testimony. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Feeling open, feeling a dread just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting into pieces.
Objection!
Objection! Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damn me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it is severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it? So then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Ugh. You said it in your testimony that you cut Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes, but in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be... Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies! Jack, give me a second. Oh, yeah. Oh, my word. I just need to get up and stretch a little bit. Oh, my word. Jack, that's how you know you're getting old. You need to get up and stretch. It's a good idea, though. Prevents bad things from happening. I also got a can of Coke as well. Coke Zero, obviously. Gog! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now! You have no idea what you're doing! His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Oh boy. Got it! When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? Ah, you should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Donna? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. He was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Oh boy. Something's wrong with Mom. I'm taking her apart to fix her." Well, shit. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. There is something wrong with that. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? No! No! That's a lot of no. There's a lot of no. Well, shit. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, Wright. Truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of other people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? The love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. But you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we have now have all the facts in this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We had to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. And if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Well, this is all kind of going horribly wrong, isn't it? Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now I can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age of Law can come to the end. Yes, and Admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
Oh, of course Phoenix is going to carry on. I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
He's not going to give up. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I can just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, then please prove it to this court now. Wait. Oh no, wait, that's different, isn't it?
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of a sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. Therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my!
Objection!
Humph. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. You mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. I love how wiggly his finger is. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Bennett used a different weapon. This like said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. Though, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. But I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana. It could help me prove her innocent! A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you are floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something! There is a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. Hell yeah, Dr. Seuss. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art's failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticising my aesthetic sense. Now, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics help you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The GIAXA logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GIAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look how brightly the GIAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. GIAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon for the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... Boom! It would complete the GIAXA logo! So it would! And that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it... Admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one! No! Oh... Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using a utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well, let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use a utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. Now it does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. You have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution has attempted to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one who attempted to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, we cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. Almost as if. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes to accept the truth? Ugh. Nah! Oh my god. Intense screaming. Oh dear. Nah, I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. Ugh. What if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Giving up? Really the only option? Please tell me Paul comes in. No! Snap out of it, Phoenix! What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right! I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I always believe in her. To the very end. The defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I had to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. And rethink this case thoroughly. Oh, dang a robber time. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. According to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. Wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection? Mrs. Sykes. Person posed as the victim. The jacket. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All he had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit! That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Oh my god, the body double thing is real. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. I realised something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that... Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me! She witnessed the moment of the crime! Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used your utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. You really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. And you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence. Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. What goes strange malfunction? Mr. Terran, you look pale. Do I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Oh, because he had the bandage over his eye. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. Oh yeah, the ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Yep. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So, does that mean... Yes, Your Honor, the person Mick Sykes stabbed... This third person, who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm... Impossible! This is wild. Mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something? Mask? Yes. I remember a... Ah! Athena! What is it? Oh. Are they all gone? I remember a man with a mask. How can he... What did he do to my mother? Ugh! My head. Ag! Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! Oh, they're all breaking. Well, one of them's breaking. Black Cyclops. They're breaking! Oh, shit. It's all coming back to me. Everything happened the day my mother was murdered. Please tell me it's anime. Ow. Lame. They're gone! The Black Cyclops are finally gone! You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mum. I opened the door. And then... Ugh. No. It's alright. I'm right here. Safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Right, Your Honor? Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed a knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. And he kicked me, and I passed out. So it was self-defense. When I came to, my mum wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mum, so I'm gonna take her apart to fix her. Oh, it's quite long. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Fina, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mum's Japanese theatre mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall! It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mum used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is... You see? This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. If Venus Sykes is the murderer, I won't accept any other verdict. It's Black Quill! Oh, this is not good. New suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh. He's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. But I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab around 2 PM to recharge. The robotics lab around 2 PM from a regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mummy Metis. And then Mummy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mummy Metis was really the killer in disguise... Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 PM. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 PM?
Take that!
Dude, this is getting intense. This is Prosecutor Black Quill leaving the scene after the incident around 3 PM. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. If we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 PM, we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There! Please stop it right there! Why does it look like Clay Terran? It's just like you said, there is a man leaving the scene of the crime. It's Sykes. Do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Oh right, they all had those jackets. I did, but what I really wanted to see was a jacket. A jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. You see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said... Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 PM. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 PM every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death!
Objection!
What are you up to now? Nice theory, Mr. Wright. It's a nice game theory, but I'm afraid that is just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, Then how could it possibly wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Killer brought it back, right? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. The culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body, and they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realise the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Holy shit. Order, order in a court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theatre mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth! Does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm... Can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? Oh, that's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. Unlike Kuora. Metis was deeply passionate about her work and she chose you as her partner, isn't that? Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. And what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Donald? You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the HAT-1 rocket. A spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance... We came to refer to him as... the Phantom. Danny! At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes! Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to HAT-1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who is this? Who is to say? Wow, May's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Oh, it's the bird. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumours throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher! Became my taunt. What about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Yeah, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Object's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honour. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes? Yes, Your Honour. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh, now what? You! What the fuck? Why are you objecting? What are you doing? Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh, shit. Oh, to be continued! Chat, we reached a save point. I can finish. Oh, boy. That was long. Cross-examining Apollo. Oh, fuck me. Well, there we go, chat. That's where we'll wrap it up for today. Jesus Christ. That took way longer than I thought, but, man. That was a good chunk of Chapter 5. Or Episode 5. That was a good chunk. I'm not sure we got a lot left. So, chat, I think the plan... I think we will try and do the bonus episode as well. Because we'll definitely get Episode 5 done next time on Tuesday. That much is certain. We'll definitely try and get through episode 5. Hopefully it'll end pretty quickly, and then we'll move straight on to episode 6. I guess it depends on how long episode 5 is. The rest of it. But I guess Apollo's like, nah, fuck you, we're carrying on. But yeah, we'll definitely wrap up episode 5 on Tuesday, and then I guess it depends on when we finish episode 5 on Tuesday. We might move on to the bonus episode. But if not, we'll wrap it up with episode 5. We'll go on to Kiwami 3, which releases next Thursday, if I remember correctly. We'll actually do a Thursday stream for it. And then, once we're done with Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties, we can do the bonus episode of Dual Destinies. If it comes to that, but we shall see, chat. We shall see indeed. But whatever way, we'll definitely get episode 5 done. That's next Tuesday. That's the 10th of February. I was about to say the 9th. That's 10th of February. For all then, no, next stream is tomorrow, chat. We have Jackbox. Hopefully you'll look forward to that. Jackbox is always a good time. Hopefully you all join me for that as well. Anyway, I need to go lie down because my voice is dead again. So, yeah, that's it for today's stream. Hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. Hope the rest of your Fridays go well. And hopefully I'll see you all next time. Boop.